Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Code Section 576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members, the other ABC board members who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-119. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
And Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature in the chat. And our first order of business today is a fact-finding hearing for case number 21-251-00031. It is Amorx Sports and Entertainment Services, LLC, and American Wagering, Inc. Trade name William H. Sportsbook, license number 117580. This case has been continued to December 8th, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. The next case in our calendar is case number, it's another fact-finding hearing, which is Walmay Global Resources, LLC, and Peng Hu, trade name Panda Gourmet, license number 86961. Ms. Fashwan, can you please elevate the rights of the participants for this hearing, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Peng Huang, your rights have been elevated. Mark Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong.
It's me. I'm here.
I'm sorry, good morning. Do you have a camera, sir?
I think so. Let me try. Yeah.
I don't see you as yet, but I think we're getting there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, I can see you. Good morning, sir.
Mhm.
All right. Let's start with Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Mark Ruiz, Mark Ruiz.
And where you're currently employed, sir?
With the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
Mr. Hong, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, sir?
Yeah, my name is Peng Hong. First name is P-E-N-G. Last name is H-U-A-N-G. And I'm the acting member of Warming Global Resource LLC.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. All right, this is a fact-finding hearing, sir, and the reason why we're having a fact-finding hearing is that this is a fact-finding hearing that was based on an investigation report. There's no case number because the establishment was unlicensed. So our understanding that Mr. Ruiz will testify is that on October 12th, 2021, he came to the establishment and allegedly he saw alcohol consumption. He also saw sports betting, and the board issued a cease and desist order because it's our understanding that that this establishment no longer had a license, because on hold on 1 minute, please. Give me 1 minute. Trying to do too many things at one time. Hold on 1 minute. I'm looking for but in 2019, the board had canceled the license for Panda Gourmet. So it's as far as 2019, because the establishment did not renew its license, we had issued an order to cancel the license in 2019. And so as far as the board is concerned, there's no active license for that establishment. So what we're doing this morning, sir, Mr. Ruiz is going to provide his report, and the board, you can ask him some questions about his report. But let me do it this way, sir, because I'm somewhat confused. So I'm going to start with you. This is just a fact-finding hearing. The board is gathering information regarding what occurred. And so based on, no one will be under, it's informal, so neither yourself or Mr. Ruiz are not being sworn in. And we're just gathering information to find out what's going on to determine if we need to take any further action. Now, because this establishment is not licensed, I'm trying to find out what is your relationship. I just want to clarify the record. What is your relationship to, no, you did state that you were an officer in Walmart Global Resources. Is that correct? Mr. Hong?
Yeah.
You stated that you were, I'm sorry, what is your relationship again with Walmart Global Resources?
I just said I'm an acting member of the LLC.
What do you mean you're an active member? What does that mean?
I just take a major responsibility of the daily operation of the restaurant.
And when did you do that?
Around March 2013.
So in March of 2013.
Yeah.
So you're the one, and so, all right. You said March of 2000. What? I'm sorry. 2000 what?
2013.
13.
Yeah.
So in March of 2013. So at the time in March of 2013, there was an active license for Panda Gourmet. Were you aware of that?
I thought it's little bit later, we applied that license. I cannot actually remember.
So I'm sorry. Repeat what you said, sir. I didn't understand what you said. Please.
I mean, on the beginning of the restaurant open, we don't have a liquor license. Then later, we applied that license.
You had what type of license later on, sir? You said what?
Yeah, we get the license, liquor license later. It's not on 2013.
All right. So you had a liquor license. So
Mhm.
so what happened to the liquor license? What, if anything, happened to the liquor license from your perspective?
I can't exactly remember, but that license was canceled on May 2019.
So do you know why the license was canceled in May 2019?
I got no idea about it.
So you don't know why the license was canceled?
No.
All right. All right. Okay. All right. So, all right. Let me have now Mr. Ruiz. Let me have him go through his report, so he can bring us up to speed. Why the purpose of the fact finding today. Once he has given his report, if you have any questions, you can ask him, and then we will ask questions. You can also ask him questions, and later on, I'm going to ask you some questions based on the report. Okay. All right. All right, Mr. Ruiz, you can go through your report, please.
Okay. Would you like it shared or you just want me to read through it?
All right. Which one do you prefer?
I could just read through it. Yeah, I could just
Why
read
don't,
through it.
why don't we share your report? So Ms. Fossman, can you please give Mr. Ruiz the ability to share his screen, please?
Handled, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should be able to see it now.
Yes, we can. Yes, so go ahead, sir.
Okay, so on October 12th, 2021, I was assigned by Supervisor Investigator John Fiorentine for myself and ABRA investigator Aaron Peterson to investigate a complaint located at the Days Inn Gateway, located at 2700 New York Avenue Northeast, for a report of signage indicating sports betting as well as alcohol consumption on the property. Myself and investigator Peterson responded out to the location, did not immediately see any signage for sports betting. Went into the hotel in a somewhat semi-undercover position at the time, just to inquire whether we can place bets or purchase alcohol at that establishment. The front desk at the Days Inn said that they did not do any of that activity there. Connected to the Days Inn, however, was Panda Gourmet, which is a restaurant that is connected to the Days Inn. So we then decided to go over to Panda Gourmet, enter that restaurant. We asked about alcohol, if they served alcohol with food. They stated they did not. While speaking to an employee, I observed another employee across the room come around the corner with wine glasses with what appeared to be red wine in it. So we made our way over there to talk to her. At the time, we heard some loud noise around the corner, which I walked around the corner and found what appeared to be a banquet room with numerous individuals in there playing cards at a table and at another table consuming alcohol. At that time, we identified ourselves as ABRA investigators, that we were investigating the incidents there, spoke with a Mr. Fen Chun Chan. Mr. Chan described the event that was going on was a family event get together. They were not playing cards for money. He made it clear to indicate that to us. However, there were several cases of beer on the floor, bottles of beer in a container with water that may have been filled with ice at one time, and numerous bottles of red wine. Also present was an individual known as Santan Say, also known as Sammy, who is the landlord of the Days Inn and Panda Gourmet. However, he leases Panda Gourmet out to another operator. I reviewed the business license that was posted inside Panda Gourmet, at which I found Mr. Huang's name on there, and attributed this violation to Panda Gourmet because it was in fact in a banquet room located within Panda Gourmet's restaurant. Attached to my report are several exhibits I can share with you.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Go back up, Mr. Ruiz.
Yes.
Whose name did you say you saw? You're talking about the witness today. Are you saying that you saw his name, or was it someone?
Yeah,
else?
his name was located on the business license, and which why this report was created. As
so you're saying that what license you're talking about? What business license? The license for the business?
Yes, the BBL.
Okay.
Which is attached to my report. I can show you.
And so I'm sorry. So let's go back. Who? Tell us what name you saw on the business license, and please spell that for the record, please.
It was Huang, Peng, Huang.
All right. So you saw his name on the business license. You had also mentioned some other names you saw. Can you just tell us again what are the names you saw and their role, and please spell their names for the record, please.
Okay, yeah. So at the event, I spoke with Santan Say, that's SANTANTSE, identified by his Maryland commercial driver's license, also known as Sammy, as how he introduced us to him, who is the property owner of the establishment, and he rents out Panda Gourmet to an operator that runs the restaurant operations.
Okay.
I also spoke with a Mr. Chan, and his full name is Fen Chun Chan, FenChunChan, and was identified by his Virginia driver's license. And that's who we spoke to on site, who was hosting this party.
Okay. All right. You said you're going to show us some video of
Yeah, I have a video as well as some photographs.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Show us what you need to show us, sir.
Okay. Let's see if I can. So I'll go through the photograph exhibits attached first. Whoops. My apologies. Don't know why that played. Hold on one sec. So I'll go through the photographs first here. Exhibit number 2, which is a photograph, was just a photo of a table with the individuals we spoke to sitting at it, with the alcohol that they were drinking from. The next exhibit photograph is exhibit number 3, which is a photo of the Miller Lite alcohol, the boxes of Heineken on the floor. Exhibit number 4 is a photo of a liquor bottle inside a display case. Exhibit number 5 is a photograph of 3 bottles of Heineken, 1 bottle of Heineken and 2 bottles of Stella inside a black bin in water, as well with the Bud Light case and Modelo case of beer on the floor in front of that. This is exhibit number 6. It's just another photo of the cases of beer that were present on the floor. And then exhibit number 7 is the business license that was on display in Panda Gourmet at the time of this inspection. I will go ahead and bring up the video that we took as we entered the party. And I'll let this play through. This would be exhibit number 1 on the case report.
Okay. What is it that we're looking at, Mr. Ruiz?
This is a video investigator Peterson was taking at the time. It's just about finished, so we're not going to show anything different.
No, I need to just tell us what it is that's in the video.
Yeah, so this is the video from inside the banquet room at Panda Gourmet of the individuals having this get together with the alcohol on the table and individuals playing a card game and consuming alcohol at the same time.
Okay. I just for the record, I need you to describe what we were seeing. That's all I was trying to
I understand.
Okay.
And that basically concludes that.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can
Yes.
close the screen, please. Thank you, Mr. Ruiz.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Hong,
Yeah.
I'm gonna you just saw the video and you heard what Mr. Ruiz has to state. So let me ask you some questions just to start. Your name is on the basic business license, is that correct?
Yes.
So tell me, why is your name on the basic business license? What does that mean?
When the restaurant opened, we have a couple members, and because I'm acting member, so I go through all the procedure to apply that business license. That's why my name is on the business license.
All right. So your name is on the business license for the Panda Gourmet?
Yes.
And what is the Panda? What type of business is a Panda Gourmet?
It's a full-service Chinese restaurant.
Okay. And how long has your name been on? How long has the business license been in your name?
Since March 2013.
Since March of 2013, is that correct?
Yes.
So when do you know when is it that Panda Gourmet started to sell alcohol?
I can't exactly remember. I think it's around 2015.
Around 2015. Now, was your name on the liquor license to sell? When Panda Gourmet applied for a liquor license, was your name on the liquor license?
I don't think so.
You know, do you recall why do you know why, since you've been on the business license since 2013, and Panda Gourmet, which is a Chinese restaurant,
Yeah.
they applied subsequently for a liquor license, and so when they applied for a liquor license, was the establishment selling liquor?
License was transferred from another company called T&L Investment.
So it was transferred from another company to
Yeah.
your company, is that correct?
Yes.
And did your company, once the license was transferred, did your business, did Panda Gourmet sell liquor?
Yes.
What type of liquor did Panda Gourmet sell?
Beer, wine.
And so Panda Gourmet sold liquor from 2015, but on, let me see, on March, I'm sorry, on May 15, 2019, the liquor license for Panda Gourmet was canceled.
Yes.
Were you aware of that?
Yes. And after that, we never distribute, buy, or sell any alcohol beverages to our customers.
But why is it that, do you know why is it that you allowed, do you know why the business allowed the liquor license to be canceled?
I got no idea about it because we just received a notice, and we have someone to deal with the board, but I can't get any result.
No, I'm sorry. Repeat what you said, sir. I didn't hear what you said.
Mhm.
No, please repeat what you just said. I did not hear what you said.
Yeah, after the license was canceled, I don't know why the reason the license was canceled. But after the cancelled our license, we never sell any alcohol beverages to our customers.
So you don't know why the license was canceled?
No.
And do you know that the license was canceled because your company did not renew it by March 31st, 2019? So you did not know that it was canceled because, excuse me, because you did not renew it?
Yeah, because I have went back to China for about 6 months, and when I come back, the license was canceled. And I have a bar manager to reapply that license or renew that license, but later I can't get any result, and it's not approved. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. So all right. So what were you? I'm sorry. Hold on. I want to make sure that I'm given the. So, Mr. Ruiz, when did you visit Panda Gourmet? I can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, October 12th, 2021.
All right. So Mr. Hong, were you at the establishment on October 12th?
No.
Do you know what was going on October 12th?
Our employee reported to me.
So, all right. So what was going on October 12th, 2021? Do you know what was reported to you was going on?
They just said investigator coming, and they found the hotel owner have a party in a room, and they have some beverage, alcohol beverage over there.
Mr. Hong, I need to just slowly speak. What was going on at the establishment from your perspective? What was going on October 12th, 2021? Please speak slower, please, sir.
Okay. On that night, one of our restaurant manager, they report to me. She said the investigator come in and they found that the hotel owner, Sammy said, had a party in a party room and they have alcohol over there.
Now, so you're saying that the event that was going on, was it going on in your space or was it going on in the hotel space? Which space was it going on in?
Let me explain that. We leased the restaurant from the hotel, right? And the rest only included the kitchen, dining room, and the bar. And that private meeting and the party room is shared with the hotel. They can do anything over there. So we can't say anything to them because they are our landlord. That space belongs to the hotel. It's not belong to the restaurant.
So you're saying the video that we just saw, that this event was not occurring in your space, it was occurring in the space of the hotel?
Yeah, that party room is not accessible to our customers. It's 2 doors and so the whole to separate that private room and our dining room.
But who told you that? So who were the employees, the people who were working at this event? Who did they work for?
What you mean? I can't understand.
All right, hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me get the report. Just hold on. Hold on. All right, just give me 1 minute, please. All right. Okay, hold on. All right, Mr. Hung, who is Mr. Fen Chung Chan? Who is that person?
She is the family member of the hotel owner, Santan Xie.
I'm sorry, you said what?
Mr. Chang is a family member or relative of the hotel manager, Santan Xie.
Okay. So does he work for Panda Gourmet?
No.
All right, let me see, who else? Excuse me. All right. All right, hold on. All right, let me quick one. I'm going to go back to Mr. Ruiz. And Mr. Ruiz, did you speak to anyone in the hotel? Do you know whether or not the hotel has a license separate from the Panda Gourmet? Do you know that?
No, I don't believe they have a license, alcohol license. Which is the reason.
I'm sorry.
Which is the reason why we were investigating this complaint, because they don't have an alcohol license with
No,
us.
I'm saying is the restaurant located in a hotel?
So it's all one building. The restaurant is connected on the side of the hotel.
What
Just-
hotel what hotel is the restaurant connected to?
The Days Inn Gateway.
Right. Okay. And
Yeah.
go ahead.
And there is a glass door that separates the restaurant from the hotel lobby.
All right. Now, where did you observe? Did you observe the events in the hotel? Yeah. What space did you observe this event in?
So from my observance, it was from inside the restaurant. So if you were to, let's say, enter the hotel lobby and go through the glass doors into the restaurant, you would make a right down the hallway, which would have the restrooms to the restaurant on your right, and straight ahead is two brown solid doors that would lead into this party room area.
So this is a party room. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that I've been in hotels, of course, and I've been in restaurants in a hotel, and you can do some type of, at least the hotel restaurants I've been in, there's some type of demarcation between where the restaurant is and where the hotel is. So can you differentiate where this restaurant is and where the hotel is? So if you enter the building, you can say, okay, I'm in the restaurant in the hotel, or I'm in the party room in the hotel.
Right. So the party room is located within the restaurant, right off the dining room. So the restaurant area is separated by a wall and a glass doors that would lead into the Days Inn Gateway lobby. And then the rooms are further off to the right of that. So to me, there was a clear separation of the restaurant and the lobby by those glass doors.
But if you can remember, can you describe what the Panda Gourmet restaurant itself looks like, if you recall?
As far as,
I mean, does it look like a restaurant? Is it set up like a restaurant?
yeah, so it's set up. There's so if you walk in from outside, there's the counter with the cashier to your left, and then you walk pretty much right into the dining room area. So several tables and booths. There's a bar room to the right of that that's actually separate from the dining room. So that's closed. You don't see that when you walk in. And then to the left is the entryway to the kitchen. And then if you keep going straight through the dining room, passing the kitchen area, you come to the restrooms straight in front of you. And then to your right is the glass double doors to the hotel lobby. And to your left, you go down the hallway and you go into this room banquet area.
But it could belong to the restaurant, or it could, based on your, but how did you know that this space belonged to the restaurant and not to the hotel?
I just based off I just assumed, because there's no barriers to the room from inside the restaurant, that it was part of that area. So it's not like yeah, so like the restaurant is basically, I wish I had a floor plan I would show, but so I just took the restaurant, the kitchen, and this room to be all part of the same area. You know, there was food being served inside the same area from the restaurant. But I took as the clear barrier from the hotel just to be those doors that separate the two places.
All right. Now, when you saw the basic business license for the restaurant, where was this posted?
This was posted up by the front door that leads outside at the cashier station.
So it was not posted in this party room area that the events were occurring. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Mr. Hong, do you have any questions? Do you want to ask Mr. Ruiz?
Yeah, let me explain something. Let's party room is separate from our dining area. It's not accessible to the customers, to our restaurant customers. There is 2 doors and so the whole way to separate the party room and our dining room.
Okay.
On the rear corner, it also have a door direct to the hotel.
Yes, the glass doors. But the doors were open to this room, so anyone could have accessed this room from inside the restaurant. There was no barriers that indicated that it was not part of that restaurant. So I was able to freely, where I observed the employee of the restaurant exit from, I was able to freely walk into this room right off the dining room because I heard the noise and saw the employee come out with the wine glasses.
I'm sorry, we said what employee? Who did you see come out?
It was a female employee that brought wine glasses out from this area to the sink by the kitchen and washed the glasses out.
How do you know she was an employee?
Probably assumption because she was cleaning glasses, and we asked her if this restaurant was selling alcohol.
I'm
And
sorry,
she stated no.
I'm sorry, you specifically asked her what?
If the restaurant was selling alcohol, what was in the wine glasses?
And what
And
did she say?
She said that tea.
So she said tea
Was in the glasses.
was in the wine
Yes.
glasses. All right. Do you know did you speak to anyone in the hotel, or you just spoke to an individual in the restaurant?
Our initial arrival, we spoke to the front desk clerk to ask if they offered sports betting or served alcohol in the hotel. It was a male employee sitting at the front desk, and he stated they did not.
All right.
But Sam Tan, who was in this room, identified himself as the owner of the hotel and the property of the restaurant, pretty much the whole property. And he stated he leased the restaurant out to someone else that runs it.
All right. So where was Mr. Fen Chung Chen? Where was he located when you spoke to him?
He was inside this room as well. So if you, on the video, as we entered, the individual I was talking to was Mr. Chang initially.
All right. So
He greeted us.
said,
yeah.
And so Mr. Chang says that he owns the hotel and he leases the space to the gourmet to Panda Gourmet for the rest. Is that correct?
No, Mr. Chang was just there as a family member. Sammy, who is San Tang Say, is the owner, and Mr. Chang was just dealing with us directly, I think, because
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, who's the owner? Who identifies himself as the owner?
it was San Tan Tse, TSE, also known as Sammy, is how he identified himself.
And he identified himself as who?
The owner of the building, basically, and the hotel.
Okay. And Mr. All right. So Mr. Hong,
Mhm.
who is Mr. Who is Sammy?
He is the owner of the hotel and the property.
And so is this the person that you lease? Is this the person that you lease the space from?
Yes.
All right. All right. Any board members have questions for either Mr. Hung or Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Short.
thank you. This is for Mr. Hong. Mr. Hong, the night of October the 12th, is your testimony that you were not there that night?
No.
I think he answered yes that he wasn't there, Mr. I think that's what he said no, but I think that's what he's answering that your question that yes, he was not there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But if you would allow him, I can interpret pretty well what he's saying. So thank you again. This is for the investigator. Mr. Ruiz, Investigator Ruiz. How many times have you been to Panda Gourmet?
This would probably have been my second time. I've stopped in there before once and had a meal, but yeah, this is my
had a
first
meal?
time as official.
Okay. So when you were there as a customer, just going by to have a meal, what year was that?
It was this year. I got takeout.
Okay. And so the basic business license, what is it for, as you read it? The BBL,
For Panda Gourmet.
which is the
For
restaurant.
this property, yes.
To your knowledge, have there been any physical changes in that space or in that hotel lobby and restaurant, to your knowledge, since the license was canceled?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, well, this question is for Mr. Hong.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Hong,
Yeah.
and again, thank you for your testimony today. Have there been any construction, any changes structurally in the spaces between the restaurant, your restaurant, and the hotel since 2013?
No.
There are no changes. So
No.
the same way that you were selling alcohol in your restaurant, nothing's changed.
No.
So when the investigator came in, to your knowledge, did he see the restaurant and the hotel lobby?
I can't understand your question. Could you say again?
Not a problem. Let me ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
Who provides the alcohol at your restaurant when you're having these private parties?
The owner of the hotel, Sammy said.
He buys all the alcohol,
That's right.
and there's no charge for the alcohol.
No.
You just come in and order a drink and sit down and play cards.
Because
I'm asking a
We-
question.
Yeah.
If I were a customer at your restaurant,
mm-hmm.
Panda Gourmet, and I just happen to want a hotel room or want service from a restaurant, I drove in, I park in your parking lot, I go in to what formerly was a restaurant that sold alcohol, and now I just say I want a beer. And does Sammy provide that beer for them, or does anybody provide that beer for them other than you?
No. We after the license is canceled, we never sell any alcohol to our customers.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But we saw pictures today. Did you see the same pictures that the investigator took of the cases of beer and the wine?
Yeah, that's all the beer and the wine is bought by the hotel owner, and he bring it to the party room to have a party.
Okay, so is your testimony today
Mm.
that you still own the basic business license for the restaurant, correct?
Yes.
But the owner brings in alcohol to your part of the establishment.
That's not our part. That party room is belong to the hotel.
Well, let me ask you this: while your restaurant was functioning, where did people sit down and eat?
In dining area.
So the dining area is different from that room that investigative Ruiz was in?
Let's separate that. There are two doors and a sort of hole to the meeting room, party room.
Okay, I understand. And we heard about two doors, a set of glass doors, and then you go down the hallway a short bit, and then there are two big wooden doors, correct?
There are two doors, yeah.
Wooden doors. I'm not talking about the glass doors, the wooden doors.
Two wooden doors with the glass.
Right, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before you get to the wooden doors, there's some glass doors, correct?
Yeah, the glass door is to the hotel lobby.
Okay, now we're out of those. We passed by the glass doors. Now we get the wooden doors. What's behind the wooden doors?
A sort of hallway, and another door to the party room.
Okay, what kind of doors lead you to the party room?
It's a wood door.
Wood door leads you to the party room.
Yes.
Did you serve customers at the restaurant behind the wood doors?
No.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. You're saying the alcohol that was seen on the video, you have no idea how that alcohol got there, or you're saying the owner, Sammy, brought that alcohol into?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that anywhere closely? So you're saying Sammy owns the hotel and the whole building?
Whole building, yes. Hotel and whole building.
When your restaurant is functioning, does Sammy have anything to do with your restaurant business?
He opened a restaurant in that location before. We just take over the restaurant.
Okay, I understand that. You bought or you leased from Sammy when you opened the restaurant and got a liquor license?
Yes.
Whose name was on the liquor license?
I can't exactly remember it.
When you purchased it and started operating it, were you the person on the ABC license?
No. License will transfer later.
So the whole time you were there between 2013 to 2015 or 2017, when you were selling alcohol there, your name was not on the license?
I cannot remember it's my name or my partner's name. I cannot exactly remember.
What is your partner's name?
Qi Liu.
Qiliu.
Qiliu.
Have you ever testified before this board before, ever? Have you ever testified before this ABC board ever?
No.
Did anyone associated with your ABC license ever testify before this board ever?
I thought there are two. Our restaurant manager is Mrs. Lai. She has testified.
Was Miss Lai's name on the alcohol license?
I don't think so.
All right, so when your business, after you bought it in 2015, has been before this board before, is that correct? So you were the owner on the license, correct?
Yeah.
And you didn't answer the summons from the ABC board? You sent someone else, or you didn't answer the summons at all? When you were requested after you were the owner in 2015, were you the person who responded to the ABC board's request for you to come in for a hearing?
Yeah.
So you have been before this board before?
ABC board. It should be our representative, Mark. The bar manager, I think so.
I'm not trying to confuse you. When you applied for your ABC license, did you or did you not have to come before the ABC board for a new ABC license?
Because that license was transferred. It's
I
all
understand that. But
yeah.
even with a transfer, when you get a new license, and this is my third term on the board, and I can remember your business coming into us for an ABC new license.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the person who came before this board for your new license? And also they accompanied the ANC from ANC 5. Do you know who that person was?
I think it's Mark, our bar manager.
Well, we don't allow bar managers to come in unless the owner signs a letter for them. Did you sign a letter as the owner of an ABC license for someone to represent you to come before this board for you to get a new license?
Yeah, I really can't remember it. I needed to pull the old license to see what's going on it.
What were your interactions with the ABC board as a owner? Did you ever have any interactions with the ABC board when you were owner operating a ABC license at Panda Gourmet?
I think so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hong, for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Do we have any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Hong, is the Panda Gourmet interested in getting a license for the business?
Yeah.
All right. We have your contact information. We will send you information who you need to contact within the agency. If your restaurant is interested in getting a license, because I think you stated that you were gone out of the country for 6 months, and then when you came back, the license was canceled, and you didn't know how to reapply to get it back. Is that correct?
Yes, because the pandemic, we closed for almost 1 year. We just reopened for the dining March.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll make sure that the agency provides you information how to, if you're interested in getting a license back for the Panda Gourmet. I'll make sure that the agency put you in contact with the appropriate person to go through that process. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Ruiz.
I don't know if it would be helpful, but I did look up the canceled license for Panda Gourmet, and I'm able to see the owners that were on it if you want to know that information.
Yes, who was?
Might be helpful.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So the ownership on that canceled license, which was canceled May 15, 2019, is a Phinuon, Phinuon, last name Lim. Also, Say Santan was an owner as well, TSESANTIAN.
Is that the same person who is the owner of the? Yes. So that's
Yes.
So that's the same person who has been presented today as the owner of the building.
Correct.
All right. All right. Okay, that brings some more clarification to the issue. All right. Mr. Hong, thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will take this matter under advisement to make a determination what our next step is. At the same time, we will I'll make sure that the agency provides you a contact if you are interested in pursuing a license again for your establishment. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for your all.
All right. Thank you, sir, and thank you for being here today. All right. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Our next case is a fact-finding hearing regarding the Golden Triangle Business Improvement District. And we have a series of witnesses, Ms. Washburn. So can you please elevate the rights of everyone who wants to testify on this case? So if you're there, I think we have a list of 13. I think we might have a list of maybe 13 witnesses, and so can you please elevate the rights? So if you're on the list to testify today, please identify yourself in the chat. But in the interim, we'll try to elevate the rights of all the other parties who have identified themselves as testifying today. Go ahead, Ms. Thorson.
Please stand by. Pat Powell, your rights have been elevated. Andrew Huff, your rights have been elevated. Mike Silverstein, your rights have been elevated. Matthew Holden, your rights have been elevated. William Herbig, your rights have been elevated. Josina Lawrence, your rights. I am unmuting you. Kevin Puente, your rights have been elevated. Earl Jones, your rights have been elevated.
What was that last name?
Earl Jones, Investigator Earl Jones. That is all, Mr. Chair.
I believe that Mr. Andrew Klein is also supposed to be here, and I'm not sure if Mr. Klein, and I'm not sure if all the promoters who were supposed to be here, if they are here. So we're waiting for some more. I'm not sure. This hearing was scheduled for 10 o'clock. Is Mr. Klein on the line? I can't see the list. I'm trying to see if I can see the list of the participants. Let's see. I don't see Sergeant Benton. He's listed as a trying to see if I can. Let me see. Do we have Miranda McLean? If I call your name and if you're there, can you please identify yourself? What about Alex Lopez? All right, let me see. Hold on. I know that this hearing was scheduled for 10 o'clock. I'm just trying to get some clarification. But some of the major players are not here. And they confirm and they had confirmed that they will be here, and it would be good for us to have their active participation in this hearing. So I'm trying to see whether or not we should recess for another 15 minutes and call this hearing at 11:30. That's what I'm just trying to get some clarification on doing this to ensure that the promoters and representative of the promoters are here. All right, what I'm going to do, and I apologize to the members of the public and the witnesses who are here. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. So what I'll ask, I wouldn't necessarily ask you to log off, but the board is going to go into executive session for 15 minutes, and we will come back at, well, I see Mr. Lopez now has appeared. And I know he's one of the promoters. I think the only person that I believe that is missing is Mr. Klein, who is my understanding he had made his appearance as a representative of one of the promoters. But
good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm trying to find out.
So Mr. Klein's office emailed me yesterday saying that today's hearing for us is going to be at 11:30 in the morning. I'm just hopping on a little earlier.
I
can call Mr. Klein right now if you want.
I think that there was we had a 10 o'clock, and I believe that folks were told that our 10 o'clock would last an hour.
Yeah.
And so they should be, I'm not sure why. So I'm trying to figure out in the sense that I know that we got confirmation that that MPD is going to be here. Mr. Klein is supposed to be here, and I'm trying to figure out what So we have Mr. Powell from the Golden Triangle. Mr. Powell, are you the only person appearing from the Golden? Is Mr. Powell here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Are
Yes,
you
I'm the only,
Are you the only person appearing from the Golden Triangle, sir?
yes, sir, that's correct. There's two members of my team also on just to listen.
Oh, they're also here too? Because I'm sorry. Hold on. The reason why I'm asking, because I know that you were one of the persons who your organization had requested this fact finding. So I want to make sure that all your members are here who are online.
That is correct.
All right. Mr. Lopez, can you please contact Mr. Klein to see if Mr. Klein can come
Sounds
on?
good. Let me call him right now.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Is that Mr. Silverstein speaking? Yes, sir.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. I received a note from one of my colleagues, fellow commissioners, that we were also advised that this hearing was being pushed back because of the other, would be after the previous hearing, the Panda Gourmet hearing, and that it would probably start around 11:30, so that we should be ready then.
All right. So, well, if that's the case, let's recess for 10 minutes. So let's recess. We'll take a 10-minute recess, and I'll recall this case at 11 o'clock. So I would say that you can don't sign off, but you can put yourself on mute.
Hey guys, I just talked to Andrew. He said he'll sign on in 5 minutes.
All right.
11:25.
So all right. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll start this case at 11:30. So I would ask everybody to just sit in place. The board is gonna sign off and go into executive session. But for the folks who are on the line, just stay put, and we will be back to do this case at 11:30. Okay.
Okay.
So but I'll ask all board members to sign off and return to executive session. All right. Thank you.
Andrew Klein, your rights have been elevated.
Me? Can you hear me?
We hear you, Andrew.
Excellent.
Okay, good morning again, everyone. We're back on the record. This is a fact-finding hearing. We're here today because we received a request from the Golden Triangle bid. They had requested a fact-finding over concerns found in the Golden Triangle on the morning of Saturday, October 31st, 2021, following the October 30th nightmare in M Street bar crawl and the DC Halloween crawl. And the Golden Triangle bid had made a request to us about some concerns that they had made regarding the area after Halloween. We also got a resolution, I believe, from ANC 2B, and they also supported the request for a fact-finding hearing. The purpose of this hearing is just to gather information about what happened. Unfortunately, we had Halloween. Halloween fell although we, as a result of actions that had occurred in previous years, where the ABC board no longer provides licenses for pub crawl on October 31st, which is Halloween itself. This year, similar to previous years, we did not provide a license for October 31st, which was Halloween, which this year Halloween happens to fall on a Sunday. We did provide pub crawl license for October 30th, which is the day before Halloween, which is a Saturday, and so therefore there were just some incidents occur that we now need to revisit and see whether or not we need to make any changes to what occurred. And so we'll start off. What I'm going to do is to have the parties identify. Hold on. So what we're going to do, I'm going to ask the parties on the line to identify themselves. I think I have a sheet that has all the individuals who had testified, who had signed up to testify today. And so let me just call these individuals, and I need you to, once I call your name, spell and state your name for the record. And if I did not call your name, please, once I'm done, and if you're online or if you are interested in having your rights elevated to testify today, please put a notation in the chat. Hold on. So we have, I believe, 13 individuals who had identified themselves as testifying, and along with our 2 investigators. And so what I probably will do, I will give each witness 5 minutes to testify. I don't want us to be here all day, but I want us to be efficient in moving forward. The purpose of this hearing is to come up with solutions and to see what went wrong and how is it that we can improve upon this process to ensure that we don't have to have hearings. I think it more so occurs when either Halloween or the day before Halloween occurs on a weekend. So I think it would appear that more people are out on the weekends rather than during the weekend. So we'll just look at that. Anyway, so let's start with at least the folks who are on my list. And so I'll start with Mr. Powell from the Golden Triangle. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Patrick Powell, Patrick Powell.
All right, Mr. Powell, who else from the Golden Triangle is on the line? Maybe you can just call their name, and once you call their name, they can identify themselves for the record and spell their name, please.
Yes, Josina Lawrence and Andrew Huff are both on. They're not going to be testifying. They're just attending the hearing.
All right, but okay, that's fine. All right, then let's Mr. Klein, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
First, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Klein, ANDREWKLINE. I'm here as counsel for the 2 bar crawl operators.
So hold on. And who are the 2 pub crawl operators that you represent, Mr. Klein? I would like them to. You can call their names and they can identify themselves for the record, please.
Mr. Alex Lopez is the principal, and Mr. Michael Bramson, who should both be on the line.
Mr. Lopez, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Alex Lopez, ALEXLOPEZ.
All right, and what is your pub crawl, sir?
Sorry, I'm with Project DC Events, and we were at the DC Halloween crawl.
All right, thank you, sir. And Mr. Bramson, can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Mike Bramson, MikeBramson. I'm with Lindy Promo, and we threw the Nightmare on M Street bar crawl.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go to the ANC. I'll start with, because I'm familiar with this ANC. Let's start with Mr. Silverstein, and and the other ANC members can identify themselves after. But go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Silverstein, MikeSilverstein, and I will be testifying on my behalf as ANC Commissioner for 2B06 Single Member District.
All right. Do we have Mr. Holden online?
Hi, good morning. My name is Matthew Holden. I'm the chair of ANC 2B and Single Member District 2B08.
Thank you.
Oh, and my name is MATTHEW HOLDEN.
All right. All right. Do we have? Let me see. Do we have a Mr. William Hugh Herbig?
Will had to unfortunately leave for a commitment with his day job, so he won't be here for the rest of the hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you. What about What about Molly LaRoche? Do we have that person on the line? All right, let's go with investigator Kevin Puente.
Yes, good morning, Investigator Kevin Puente, Kevin Puente.
Thank you. What about investigator Earl Jones?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, lead investigator Earl Jones, EARL, last name Jones, JONES.
Do we have Sergeant Benton on the line? Is there anyone else who signed up to testify who I did not call their name? Is there anyone else on the line who wished to testify and I did not call their name? All right, thanks. All right, so let's start with all right, let's start with all right. Who is there a case report written on this case? Either investigator? No?
May I start?
No, sir, it was after action report that was written.
Mr. Klein.
Yes, sir.
We had the purpose of this fact finding is that we had a request from the bid and from the ANC to have a fact finding hearing. I can't have you, the attorney, representing some other person outside take over this hearing, sir. So I need the way I'm gonna.
Yes, I was just trying to be efficient because we have reached out and had conversations with the bid in an effort to try to address what their issues might be. And I just thought it might be more efficient, but I'll proceed in any fashion that you wish.
Right. Well, thank you for that, Mr. Klein. But since this was a request from the bid, so let's start with Mr. Powell. Once Mr. Powell has addressed what the concerns are, then I can have you. I'll have Mr. Powell and Mr. Holden, because since Mr. Powell and Mr. Holden had requested this fact finding, so I'll just have them just present what the issues are, and then I'll have a response from you. So I'll start with Mr. Powell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the ABC Board. My name is Pat Powell. I'm the Senior Director of Operations and Emergency Preparedness at the Golden Triangle Bid. I appreciate the opportunity to present. Our bid incorporates 42 blocks of the Central Business District. Our goal as an organization is to supplement city services with through our organization. Our ambassador team are on the street daily doing trash removal, graffiti removal, landscaping, and maintenance activities in public space. I spoke to this group in 2015 following an especially bad Halloween in the neighborhood when multiple bar crawls caused some serious cleaning and public safety issues. The result of that was a rulemaking around bar crawls, which was a vast improvement, but I think there's still some more work to be done. Unfortunately, some of the cleaning and public safety issues that existed on that night occurred again this past Halloween. The area where the issues occurred and where my photos were taken is Connecticut Avenue, M Street, and 18th Street, all in Northwest DC. It still remains, even post-COVID, the densest concentration of nightlife licenses in the District of Columbia, with dozens of establishments and with an occupancy in the thousands. These properties make up about 1% of the bid's building space, but take a disproportionate amount of our resources. The demand has been even more pronounced since the COVID pandemic, as we've had to shift our limited resources to recovery, resulting in reductions in operations and on-the-ground staffing. The amount of the impact of the last 18 months on our neighborhood can't be overstated. The commercial buildings surrounding this area remain mostly empty on a daily basis, with office occupancy below 30%. Prior to COVID, the neighborhood would have welcomed 85,000 people every day. Now we have just a small percentage of that, with many small businesses closing throughout the neighborhood. the impact on them has been extreme as well. We have 121 retail vacancies, 77 retailers closed through COVID so far to date. So those neighborhood considerations and conditions resulting from events or evenings such as Halloween make it even more challenging to welcome customers for these businesses on Sunday and Monday mornings, as they have to walk through trash and debris and vomit. On Sunday, October 31st, we had an ambassador team of 4 people facing a neighborhood that was pretty messed up from the previous night's activity, as evidenced in my pictures. They were forced to divert all of their attention essentially to a 3-block area, ignoring the 40 other blocks of the neighborhood. And to some degree, we face this challenge every weekend in this area deemed Club Central. This Halloween was especially bad with trash and vomit, overfilling trash cans, and broken windows, pried open doors. Our neighborhood or our ambassador team performed admirably, but the response is not sustainable for the bid. We really would like the District of Columbia government to provide services at night and on weekends to help mitigate the impact of these activities and to help us restore our neighborhood back to its clean, safe state. Simply put, the bid is in an untenable situation and cannot continue to be the sole entity responsible for cleaning up nightlife areas. Currently, MPD and public safety agencies are the only ones, as well as ABRA, working to address this multifaceted issue. As evidenced by the pictures I submitted, the MPD was dealing with dangerous crowd control issues that resulted in the closure of Connecticut Avenue, 18th Street, and M Street in order to protect the number of pedestrians that were spilling out in the roadway. As a point of reference, if you were to close a residential street for a block party, as you know, you would have to go before the mayor's special event task force to ensure the appropriate measures are in safe to protect public safety. I looked back on my testimony and notes from my last time appearing before this body, and you all asked me to propose solutions for the ongoing issues, and I'd very much like to see district government take a whole of government approach to management of nightlife in this area. The area needs more than just policing. We need traffic management, pedestrian safety improvements, towing and ticketing to allow for traffic flow, and very much we need cleaning assistance. Further, having events that draw large numbers of people and create large volumes of trash on days and nights that are already at high occupancy without adequate government services is problematic. When the bids were created, it was never anticipated that we'd take on these level of services. In the law, the bids are created to supplement city services and not supplant district services. And this feels very much like we're supplanting services that should be available to the residents and business owners of the District of Columbia. We need assistance from across the agencies to provide a clean, safe destination for nightlife in our neighborhood. Thank you all very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Mr. Holden, I'm sorry, it's either Mr. Holden or I know that the ANC had passed a resolution. So who wants to speak on behalf of the ANC?
I can go first, and then Commissioner Silverstein can say a few words, if that's
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead,
great. So as I stated previously, my name is Matthew Holden. I'm the chair of ANC 2B. We were contacted by the Golden Triangle bid after the bar crawls to lend our support in asking for this hearing. They shared with us some pictures, and I know that Commissioner Herbig, who had to leave, saw firsthand the large crowds that were causing dangerous pedestrian safety conditions and traffic conditions, with people spilling over into the crosswalks and into the streets, and dangerous conditions for people attending the bar crawl, but also for people just traversing the neighborhood during that time. So I think from my perspective, the trash issue is an issue as well, but from my perspective, the pedestrian conditions caused by people queuing in lines and just the amount of people would be what we're most concerned with. I think the ANC is really proud that we have such a vibrant nightlife in ANC2B, and DuPont Circle continues to be a destination for people to live and play and go on bar crawls. I think all of that is great, but I think we're just concerned with making sure it's happening in a way that doesn't negatively impact other activities that might be happening at the same time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Silverstein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, this is not, we didn't ask to do this to go after promoters or pub crawls or anything. We've always supported them and we continue to do so. But I want to share some personal testimony that Mr. Herbig offered and was unable to give that will really tell you what the real issue is to us. He says, let me share a little personal background regarding how I learned of this year's Halloween pub crawl. On Saturday, October 30th, a little before 5:30 p.m., I left my home at 1745 N Street to pick up dinner from Nando's Peri Peri Chicken, located across Connecticut Avenue. While these blocks along Connecticut Avenue and 18th Street between N and M remain the densest nightlife area in the district, upon approaching these blocks, remember this is 5:30 in the afternoon, I witnessed numbers of patrons and pedestrians far exceeding levels seen on a Saturday evening. To access the crosswalk to make my way across 18th Street, I attempted to traverse the crowd, but I found the public sidewalk on Connecticut Avenue completely blocked by queue lines filled with costumed patrons who have their vision possibly limited by the costume that they're wearing, waiting to access clubs along what appeared to be check-in tables. Due to the number of patrons and queue lines filling the entire public sidewalk, all pedestrians not in line were forced into the adjacent vehicular travel lanes filled with active and moving vehicles to navigate through, across, or around the area. Upon crossing the west side of Connecticut Avenue, I found the same conditions there and along 18th Street down to M Street. Again, to navigate around the queue lines and check-in tables, all pedestrians, regardless of physical ability, and not just those passing through like myself, but also the costume participants of the pub crawl themselves, were forced into active travel lanes on Connecticut Avenue shared with moving automobiles. But there were no physical barriers, no signage, no alternative accommodations designed to protect the safety of those traversing the area. Furthermore, I did not see any evidence of MPD or other private security taking actions to address the crowd. Only much later in the evening did MPD close Connecticut 18th and other major streets in the area. In short, said Commissioner Herbig, we got lucky this year. The combination of unmitigated crowds, lack of alternative accommodations for protected pedestrian use of vehicle right-of-way, and the lack of an expanded MPD presence put our community in a precarious position. The results could have been tragic. One wrong move by a motorist and we could have been Waukesha. One random loud sound in the area and we could have been Houston. One thing I learned, Mr. Chairman, when I served on the board with Board Member Short, was when it comes to preparedness, if you look at bad case scenarios, you don't say if, you say when, and you always prepare yourself for a bad case so that you can avoid it. Too big a crowd or not enough sidewalk space. We all remember what happened at the last Pride Parade in 2019 in DuPont Circle when somebody showed a gun and created a stampede. We look at what happened in Houston. We look at what happened in Waukesha. Mixing many hundreds of people out in the street in Connecticut Avenue with traffic at the end of the business day is too great a risk. If the DC government is approving these pub crawls, which we support, then so should the DC government coordinate public safety, be in touch with the police, make sure they know, and the cleanup. None of us who live in DuPont Circle or work in DuPont Circle should be responsible for that. We're not here to beat up on promoters, whether it's a promoters or DPW or both. The pub crawl, we should have a cleanup, and the cleanup should happen in the morning when it's over, not in the middle of it. And that's it. I mean, we need to have these things done right. We need to have them done safely. U Street, when you have a pub crawl there, you limit the number of people because the sidewalks are narrow. Here we allowed too many people. There were mistakes made. Thank God nothing bad happened. And our job, all of us, is to allow these things to happen safely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. All right. Before I get to you, Mr. Klein, I want to ask a couple of questions to our investigators, and so we'll put it in perspective so that you'll be able to respond. And either investigator can respond to these questions. Can the investigators tell us what locations were pub crawls approved for? You guys can decide who wants to speak.
This is Investigator Jones, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
We had 3 pub crawls that were approved for October 30th. It was Project DC Events LLC, which was hosting the DC Halloween Crawl 2021. We had Lindy Promotions, which was hosting Halloween Bar Crawl 2021. And we also had Regmo Promo Holdings, Inc., which was hosting the Hip Hop Old School Bar Crawl. And that one was located on the U Street corridor. Project Event DC as well as Lindy Promotions were both in the Connecticut Avenue area, M Street areas. And so I do believe that was probably the reason why there was a lot of issues and a lot of crowding or overcrowding, as well as I think that because of COVID and people, I think that this is probably maybe the first big Halloween holiday that people could get out. We just had an overcrowding of people that showed up. But those were the 3. We had a lot of ones that popped up that I was checking on that were unlicensed. So I was just kind of all over the city. But those were the 3 that were for that day.
Okay, for the area that we have the location that is the purpose of this fact finding here. Do you know what were the capacity? How many participants were approved for each of the pub crawl? Do you know?
I don't have the numbers with me, sir. Investigator Puente may have that. I'm not sure.
Yes, I have them. So both applicants applied for anywhere from 2,500 to 3,500, but the board, when they approved the license, limited them to 1,000 each.
So each was approved for 1,000. Do you know whether or not both pub crawls were approved for the same date and approximate time, or if not, what time were they approved for?
Yes, sir. DC Halloween Crawl by Project DC was going on from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. And Lindy Promotions Nightmare on M Street was from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not the 2 pub crawls that were approved, if they were for the same establishments or for different establishments in the area?
Yes. So after looking back at both applications listed 14 establishments participating in both of their pub crawls. Both applications had 4 establishments that are currently out of business, and even some are even boarded up. And one was actually closed on the day entirely, but they were both listed on the application.
Now, do you know whether or not the pub crawls had sold more tickets than they were approved to sell?
I do not know, sir.
Do you know, Mr.?
No, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you that question, Mr. Klein, when I get to you. Now, did either investigate? Did you have an opportunity to review the pictures provided by the bid?
Yes, sir, I did, and I actually took some videos and photos that I can share with the board as well from that day.
Well, we can do that. And one of the things I'm trying to find out is that were these participants from the pub crawls, or were they just, can you tell whether or not they were just general members of the public who were out?
Yeah, so I was out there from 1 p.m. all the way up until 4 in the morning working on my regular shift as well. So from 1 to approximately about 5:30, 6 p.m., it was it was a light crowd. As soon as 6 p.m. came, you started to see an influx of people who were in the pub crawl, but also the nightlife crowd starting to come out to the area as well, which then created the long lines and people running across the street and cutting off cars and running against the stoplights.
So you're saying that you said you took some videos. Are you able to share some of the videos with us?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Foshman, can you please give Mr. Puente the ability to share his screen, please?
This has been handled. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Puente.
So here's the few pictures I took. This is looking up Connecticut, going towards north, the 1300 block. As you can see, there's people just walking in the middle of the road on the left, right here. This is looking south towards 18th in Connecticut. People running against the light as well. Long lines over here at Lucky Bar, Mayflower, Rose Bar, Decades. Close up of some of that. Then this was a close up of the 1300 block, Connecticut. And this is the video I took of the 1300 block of Connecticut. At this time, this is when I called Commander Bedline from the 2nd District and asked if he was aware of the pub crawl. He advised he was aware, but he did not receive any calls at that time. I told him he needs to get a team of officers down here because pedestrian safety was an issue at this point. So he immediately sent a team of officers as well as a lieutenant down. DDOT showed up on scene approximately around 8 o'clock, and they started to shut down some of the roads. But during that time, MPD decided to shut down 2 or 3 of the roads to limit the car traffic going through that area.
So I'm sorry, what time did you contact MPD?
I called Commander Bedline around 6:30 p.m.
And prior to 6:30 p.m., were there any obvious police presence in the area?
No, none at all. Commander Bedline stated he had to shift some resources from other parts of the 2nd District to get down there. Since the pandemic started, MPD disbanded the usual nightlife detail that's down in that area. So since then, there's not assigned officers to that area anymore.
Now, I'm sorry, did you state that the commander was aware that the pub crawls were occurring that night?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us, now, do you know whether or not people were able to purchase tickets during the day of the event, or whether or not the tickets they had to purchase tickets prior to the event? Are you aware?
You could purchase prior to the event, and I believe on the day as well, you could purchase as well.
So from your, as a layperson and an investigator, either you're Mr. or Mr. Jones can respond to this question. What was the trash like if you were there during and after the folks were on the street?
Trash cans were starting to be filled up to the top. There's several pizza boxes on the ground. I noticed vomit on the sidewalks.
I noticed you took a picture of someone walking with 2 pizzas. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, people were starting to just throw the trash anywhere with the large crowd down there.
Now, have you worked this area previously when pub crawls have been approved for this area?
Yes, sir, for the last 7 years.
So can you just generally tell us what is the area like on a non-Halloween night for when there's a pub crawl, if you can say.
So if it's a non-Halloween night, usually you start seeing an uptick in pedestrians walking on the sidewalks, usually after sunset, people going to the nightclubs and the restaurants and bars. And usually starting around 2 a.m., MPD will start shutting down the roads to limit the traffic and allow Ubers and Lyfts to come in and pick people up. But usually you don't see people just walking in the middle of the road on any given Friday night like they were during the pub crawl.
Do you have anything you want to add, Mr. Jones? You're on mute, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. No, I think Investigator Puente covered it. That night, again, I believe that because of the holiday and because of the COVID situation, I just think we had a lot more people that came out than normal. And this area now has become a club zone. So it is a thing where on the weekends, this area has now become like other areas, 9th Street, where they just shut the entire area down at a certain time for the rest of the night. So traffic doesn't impede with pedestrians that are walking out. So that's kind of when NPD really started to come in and kind of be present. But no, I think other than that, Investigator Puente covered everything.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, Mr. Klein, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these pub crawl operators, we all share the same objective, and we appreciate the board holding this hearing. It's their desire, obviously, to run a business and be successful, but also to do so safely and in a manner that does not put the public at risk or in jeopardy. I listened with interest Mr. Powell's description of the dire state of business in this corridor, and I say in this corridor because my office happens to be in the heart of the Golden Triangle, right around the corner from where Mr. Silverstein lives, so I know it quite well. And this pub crawl, particularly, and previous ones, is opportunity for a tremendous shot in the arm for businesses that have been hurting for the past year and a half. And I moved through that quickly because I don't expect that to be the board's focus. As I said at the outset, we share concerns. My clients share concerns about public safety, and we understand that that's the board's purpose. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this neighborhood has been decimated, and this represented an opportunity for these businesses that were hurting so badly to fill their establishments for this Halloween period. When we received the notice, and this all happened pretty quickly in the last week or 10 days or so, of this fact-finding hearing, I reached out to the Golden Triangle Bid. As I said, I'm in this neighborhood. I know Leona Agaritas and Patrick quite well, having worked with them for many, many years and have known them many years, and thought it best, well, let's be proactive. Let's find out what their concerns are. What was relayed to me were the issues that you've heard with respect to trash and cleanup and what have you. And in addition, a belief that there had not been adequate communication. Golden Triangle believed somehow that DPW had not been notified, that MPD had not been notified. And the way this process is set up, that doesn't seem possible because, as Mr. Powell pointed out, 5 years ago, there were a set of rules put in place and procedures put in place that make sure that all of that happens. So why it is nobody would have known about this, I don't know. I did tell the Golden Triangle and also confirm with Lindy and projects of NTC in the future, they're happy to give a courtesy notification to the Golden Triangle bid, because they don't, they want people to know what they're doing. And we don't understand why word did not get out. Things seem a lot harder in the pandemic, and things that are supposed to happen apparently may not happen. But we think there is procedure in place with respect to DPW and MPD being aware. We also talked with Golden Triangle in terms of trash management, something to consider. I mean, the complaint that we heard, and I think we heard it during Mr. Powell's testimony today, is, look, the bid, like everybody, is strapped. They don't have the resources to do this. And each of my clients separately have said, well, what will it take? What do we need? So we did ask Mr. Powell to put together some numbers as to what it would cost to assist with trash management. And the bid, I mean, since the bid is on the ground there in terms of dollars. And they each indicated their willingness to participate in that. If that's something that would move forward, then when the trash plans are filed in the future, as they must be, as the board knows, in connection with the application, then they would include that the bid is part of the management of the trash. And we think that's a pretty good idea. I mean, I think that based on the complaints that we've heard, that, hey, I mean, the bid is there. They know the neighborhood. They have some resources in place in terms of trucks and other equipment. It seems pretty efficient. So, we're happy to continue that, continue exploring that, continue those discussions. As I said, my clients want to get along in the neighborhood. They want these work calls to be successful, but they do not want to leave a mess, and they do not want them to be unsafe. With respect to some of the individual operational descriptions that we've heard, I'm advised that Lindy's registration was closed by 6 p.m. There's no one registering after 6 p.m. And after that time, their people, meaning their bar crawl participants, were inside. I mean, they were, they would be in the various venues at that point, except to the extent that they were traveling between the venues. Now, one thing, I wanted to ask, and we can get back to it when we get there, hopefully, Investigator Puente, he was asked, well, how was this different than a regular night? What I would want to know was, how was this different than a Halloween night? Because even without the bar crawls, Saturday night is sometimes Halloween celebrated, if you will, particularly when Halloween falls on a Sunday night. So I think that's the more critical question, is not how is this different from a regular Friday or Saturday night in this neighborhood, but how is this different from a regular Halloween night, Saturday night, or Halloween in this neighborhood? Because there are no bar crawls on Halloween, so it'd be interesting to know the answer to that question. Georgetown, which for many years was the focal point of Halloween, has ceased being so. And as a result of that, this neighborhood, Golden Triangle, has become the focal point. People love Halloween. They love to get dressed up in their costumes and go out and what have you, as we know. And this is where they come, to the Golden Triangle, because there are a number of nightlife establishments. My friend, Mr. Silverstein, has successfully dubbed it Club Central. And it seems to have stuck, because I heard Mr. Powell use it too. But that's fact of life, and it's here, and people come here for that. Coming back to operationally, Project Events DC advises that their registration closed at 11 a.m. And they had sold out all their tickets on Tuesday. Each of the crawl operators advises that they were under, and it wasn't 1,000. In fact, while we were on the call, one of the licenses was actually text to me. They were each approved for 2,000. Just so the record is clear on that point, it wasn't 1,000. They were each approved for 2,000, and they each advised that they kept to, in terms of ticket sales, those numbers of tickets. But as I said, I mean, the major complaint that we got from Golden Triangle was about the trash management. And we, as I said, I think we've proactively come up with a way to cooperatively perhaps work through that. Each of my clients, they want to do the right thing. I mean, these they've been doing it. I think you know them. They've been before you before. In fact, 5 years ago, they happened to be partners. Now they're two different companies, but they were partners 5 years ago in Projects Event DC. Mr. Bramston has moved on to Lindy, but you know them, and I hope that they are viewed as the more responsible bar crawl operators in the city. They're serious about what they do. They're serious about safety. They're serious about how they manage these events, and seem to manage them well. So, you know, that's what we have. We're happy to work with, and I'm sorry that I didn't reach out to, and I want to make this clear to the ANC, that it was not my intention to slight the ANC, but it was very clear to me that they were supporting Golden Triangle. So we dealt with Golden Triangle in terms of what the issues are, but, you know, I'm sorry I didn't have time to reach out to them to see if there were any different issues. And I heard Mr. Silverstein's testimony from the other commissioner and saw the video, and it would have been nice to have, you know, known about that. But we're happy to work with Golden Triangle Bid. We've already started to do so before this fact-finding hearing, and would do so with the ANC. Mr. Silverstein and I, before he was a board member, had a long track record of working together when he was an ANC commissioner on various issues within the boundaries of ANC 2P. But we're happy to answer any questions that you have, and happy to cooperate with both of those two groups, the board, ABRA, or anyone else that has concerns about how these events are operated.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. I have one question to ask you, and then I'm going to have Captain Williams identify herself and speak. But Mr. Klein, you're aware that pub crawls, they can utilize an RDO. Do you know whether or not any of your clients had reached out to utilize RDO for the pub crawl?
I don't know, and I have to ask them and have them answer that directly. I do know that they had private security, and I do know that because of staffing shortages, the RDO program has been problematic. I don't say that with respect to these particular events because I just don't have any knowledge, but I know in dealing with some of our other clients that RDO has been kind of hit or miss given the staffing shortages, and you know, you arrange for them and you pay for them, and it depends upon what else is going on in the city and what kind of person power MPD has. It seems like everyone has staffing shortages at this point.
I'm aware of that, Mr. Klein. So there's a difference, and I'm not going to beat up on the police because I'll never beat up on the police, but I'm just asking a question. So can either your client respond whether or not they had reached out for RDO? And you also stated that you had private security. So can you more so elaborate on how many security members were there and what were their roles?
Mr. Lopez, we'll start with you. Project Events DC. So the question is whether you had MPD reimbursable detail officers arranged, and what other provisions you had for security. How'd you set it up? Just give the board sort of a summary of what you did.
Sure. How's everybody doing? In terms of MPD, we pretty much just went by the application process and emailed MPD details as far as the event. These are venues and these are our check-in locations. We've never dealt with RDO, if I'm being honest. In terms of staffing, we had about 45 to 52 staff members at the event, the day of the event. And our check-in went just like Lindy's until 6 o'clock. And we didn't check people in after that. But we did have a very, very big presence in terms of our Project DC event staff, which was about roughly 50 people.
But that doesn't sound to me like security. That I think Mr. Klein had stated that security. There you had staff members, but am I correct to state that you had no security?
That's correct. We've never dealt with RDO. We've never had to deal with private security or anything like that with our security plans that we've submitted to the board, and a security plan that the board approves. So yeah, we've never had to hire private security or third party security for our events.
All right. What about Lindy? Mr. Bramson, can you do you have an answer? And then after done, I'm going to have Captain Williams speak.
Yes, absolutely. So we reach out to MPD as well. Duncan Bedline was our point of contact, and he actually acknowledged our application. So as Project DC did, we emailed MPD and let them know. We also had about 50 staff members checking in. We also had next level security that we hired. We contracted 12 security guards that were outside each of the registration bars. We separated them throughout each one to do as best they could line control and management of our people checking in.
You said, what's the name of the security company? You said
next level security.
And you said, so there were what, 12 individuals?
12 extra security, correct. That the venues did not allow them inside. Their positions were outside the registration bars.
All right, thank you, Mr. Branson. Captain Williams, good afternoon, ma'am. If you have a camera, I would love to see who I'm speaking to. Could you please identify yourself for the record and spell and state your name, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Captain Sherelle Williams, and I am the captain of the Sector 3 in the 2nd District, and I am responsible for nightlife. I don't have access to a camera at the moment.
Oh, that's fine, Captain Williams.
I have to be really frank. I wasn't prepared for this meeting because I delegated this to someone else who wasn't able to attend. So I jumped in because I know our presence is important for the meeting. What I can offer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
What I can offer is that we had a lot of resources for Halloween in our district. We also had additional support with our Special Operations Division, which is outside of the 2nd District, to assist. Typically, every weekend, it's a lot of people out there, and DDOT and DPW, we work collaborative together, and they're very good with their support. So when we have traffic street closures, they're there for us. DPW write tickets. We've had a good run for Club Life since I've been assigned to the 2nd District. And to my understanding, we haven't had any crimes during that time. Now I have been listening because I just joined, and I did hear about the trash and the vomit and things on the sidewalk. Now, our position is security, so in safety. So that's where we stand as far as this bar crawl.
Now, Captain Williams, I'm hearing. I think I'm not sure if you'd heard Mr. Puente, one of our investigators, that testified earlier that at least when he was there, there were no police presence there, so he did call a point of contact, and then I think officers were deployed after his call. Are you aware of that, or I'm just trying to get some clarification and I know that you were not prepared for this hearing, but are you aware of what is it that was put in place, at least by MPD, for this area specifically?
So what I have tangible right now, as far as my emails in reference to the Specialized Operation Division, I know that we had 2 units that were stationed at Connecticut Avenue on Florida and L Street. I also know that we had 2 units stationed at City Center, City Center, and we had additional high visibility units. It was Halloween, so we may have not been at the particular bar, but we were definitely staged around the area.
Now, you said units, how, what, like at the air, how many officers do you consider a unit? I don't know, I'm just asking.
Well, units are normally, let's just say, I have in writing that we were supposed to have 2 officers between Florida and L Street Northwest. And then we were supposed to have 2 officers at high visibility for active shooter at City Center and around the convention center. That's what I have in front of me right now.
All right, thank you.
Along the corridor, we always have high visibility officers, but they may have not been in the bar area, but they were, a phone call, a call away.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, but if any participants have any questions for Captain Williams, please remember that as she stated that she was not prepared for this hearing, it was assigned to someone else, so she might not be able to answer all your questions. So I just want to preface that when you ask your questions, the forum is open.
I really appreciate that, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Any questions by anyone of Captain Williams?
I would like to
go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
Ask one or two questions here. First, this is the first major event we've had post-COVID, and I think a lot of the things that we had been doing in the past sort of fell through the cracks because we lost our muscle memory, so to speak. And I want to thank Kevin Puente for bringing the problems to light as quickly as he did with the police. Captain, is there any chance of bringing back the CAT team, the club action team? Because it's been so helpful in the past. We did have a shooting last week that involved apparently someone who left a club and went out after a fight and got a gun out of the car. And the one thing that the RDOs and club action team are so good about is when there is a fight, they make sure that the 2 people are separated, and you don't have the situation where somebody's going to go get a gun and get even. First of all, is there a chance of bringing it back, the CAT team, as we bring back nightlife?
Good afternoon, Mr. Silverstein. That is a good question, and that's a question that I asked when I was assigned there. That decision rests on my commander, Commander Betleon. That will be his decision to decide to bring that unit back. So I can't give you a definitive answer on that. I do apologize, but I will comment on that case that you're mentioning. We caught the suspect there, and we had the reimbursables there as well. And I was present when we had the other shooting at the Omni Showroom. It was a domestic violence incident, and that case is still pending. But we did catch that subject that was at the club I believe it was Bravo. So the officers are really there. And also, I just want you all to know, I'm out there as well. So I see what's going on. And that's a good question. I'll ask the commander about bringing the CAT unit back.
Thank you very much. I mean, we all have a role in making sure that you have the resources that you need in order to stop violence before it occurs and to ensure public safety. Thank you so much for your service.
I appreciate that. And just so you will know also, we have high visibility units, which are overtime units for the department. And they're stationed out there too for robberies and car thefts and everything. And we also have, that's our high visibility units. And we also have our crime suppression team that's active in the areas as well during the club zone time.
Thank you. Any other questions from any party from Captain Williams? Well, you did such a wonderful job, Captain Williams, that no one wants to ask you the question. So
Okay, well, I appreciate the support, and I really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you can stay, or all right. Where do we go from here? Any questions, comments from anyone? And a question that I just want to ask generally. I mean, this is for the bid. And what is it that you want the board to do regarding pub crawls? And we do not, the board as a policy will not approve pub crawls for October 31st. Now, it appears that, and this year, October 31st was a Sunday. But let me ask a question. What occurred in the area on Halloween? I know this hearing is about the pub crawls on October 30th, but what did the area look like on November 1st after the actual Halloween? So did everyone party on October 30th, or did we have another crowd on October 31st?
I would say, Mr. Chairman, that there was no partying or anything of that sort. The neighborhood looked like a tornado went through it on November 1st when we all went out there, simply because it hadn't been cleaned up from Saturday night. That the pictures that you saw that Investigator Puente showed did not show at all the extent of the trash that was everywhere. It did not show the broken store windows or any of those things. So it's hard to say how much trash occurred on Sunday, but Halloween, when it's on a weekday, is not the big deal. I don't think it's certainly not as big a deal as the Saturday before.
But one of the things I'm trying to find out also was what I'm trying to find out, what actually happened. What actually happened on Halloween day? I mean, what happened? Were there crowds on October 31st, or did we just have the crowds on October 30th? I'm just trying to find out generally, because I don't know. I was not in town for Halloween this year. I don't believe I was in town. So, I always find some way to leave town so I can say that I'm not involved. No, but I don't know. That's why I'm asking. And I mean, we're having a pub crawl, because one of the things I'm trying to find out is that did we have this issue because of the pub crawl, or did we have this issue because Halloween was on Saturday? And irrespective, and I mean, I think we approved 4,000 people, I believe. If I'm incorrect with the number, please. But I believe each pub crawl the two pub crawls in the area were granted 4,000 people. And so I'm just trying to find out, did these additional 4,000 people, was this problematic? And so if we had not approved the pub crawl for these additional 4,000 people, you would have had this issue. Hold on, I'm coming to you, Mr. Short. Would we have had this issue? Or I'm just trying to find out, what is it that the board needs to do moving forward? Since when we had the first issue, the board decided that we're not going to approve pub crawls for October 31st. So that's why I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, so Mr. Anderson, I can tell you a little bit about the trash cleanup.
This is Mr. Powell speaking.
Sorry, Mr. Powell, Pat Powell speaking. So we walked with a number of city agencies on Monday, November 1st. There was a good bit of trash around that morning, but not nearly to the degree that the team faced on Sunday. I do feel like this is one of those cases of, and I was a pub crawl attendee back in the day, and when I was a firefighter, and it would be those nights where you would celebrate it. Halloween for me, when I would go out, was never celebrated on necessarily Halloween. It was always the Saturday before Halloween, or if Halloween happened to fall on a Saturday. So I don't believe all of these crowds were from the bar crawl, but I believe taking a situation where there's, you know, a high occupancy and drawing more to a time period of high occupancy surely doesn't help the process, help the situation. For us personally, I would really like to see, you know, as I said in my testimony, a whole of government response to, you know, I would like to partner with industry folks, you know, partner with others to ensure that many of those cleaning services, parking services, and all of that can be offered on weekends and at night. You know, the nightlife in the District of Columbia brings in a significant amount of money, as you know, and to have those services that are available during the day available at night. So it doesn't have to fall on MPD. It doesn't have to fall on other on the public safety agencies to mitigate the impacts of that.
Now, have you guys been working with the Office of Nightlife? I mean, have they had any? I think that's one of the reasons why that office was created. What role, if any, did they play in this process and what happened in Halloween? What did they play in the role at all?
Not so far. I mean, I've met with their new director and talked to her about the challenges that we're facing here as we're prepping for the RHI conference to come to the District of Columbia. And, you know, I do hope to work with her and her office to try to push that forward. But up till now, we haven't been able to kind of as Commissioner Silverstein said, you know, once COVID happened, I think before COVID, you know, we had other resources that we're deploying. You know, COVID happened, shut everything down. I think we're needing to get that back started again. But the cleaning part of it, we never have really solved. It has always fallen on the bid to try to mitigate this, and we're just simply not structured to be able to clean up after thousands of people every weekend, especially now.
Thank you. Mr. Short, you had questions, please. Go ahead, sir.
And not a question, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to correct the record. I heard today that ABRA, the ABC board, licensed 3 different pub crawls. You said earlier 2. Was it 2 or 3?
There was only 2 in that area. Only 2 in that specific area. The other pub crawl was on U Street. Only 2 were in this area.
I do understand that, and we know that people travel. We know that if you have it's not U Street's right around the corner from DuPont Circle and vice versa. But at any rate, each one of those club halls were licensed to have 2,000 each. Is that correct? On Connecticut Avenue.
I believe Mr. Puente, do you know if you are Mr. Do you know what they approved for each bar crawl? How many participants they were approved for?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at the September 29th agenda that the board approved, and it says DC Halloween Bar Crawl. They requested max 2,000 participants, conditionally approved for 1,000 participants, and the same thing says for Lindy Promotions as well.
No, the board did go back and change those numbers. So, Mr. Klein, do you know how many? And this is, I should not be asking Mr. Klein. I should be asking the agency. But I'm sorry. How many participants were your client licensed? How many tickets were they licensed to sell?
I'm advised 2,000 each, and one of them, as I said before, I've actually seen the license. It was texted to me, so it's 2,000.
So that was so I believe it was 2,000. I believe that it was 2,000 for each participant, because I think I think the board came up with some numbers that we would not license for a certain amount of numbers in that area. And if I believe that Regmo for U Street, he normally asks for 750, and I believe we had approved I think it was 750 that Regmo had asked for the U Street, because normally he only asked for 750 and for U Street. But
okay, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Now, if my memory serves me correct, during the hearings, when we had the last previous Halloween, which we called a perfect storm, Halloween was on a Saturday. Is that correct, Mr. Chair, the last time?
Halloween was that was before I joined the board, but it was my understanding that Halloween was on a Saturday, and it was the end of, it was an extra hour. People were given an extra hour to party. I think that all of that happened that year. That Halloween was on a Saturday, and it was the end of daylight saving time, and so therefore people were given an extra hour to party, and it's my understanding that everyone enjoyed themselves. And I will just say,
maybe the bid didn't enjoy it as much as you and they did. But
I'm just saying the participants who were the participants. I'm just saying that was before I joined the board. But
forgive me for that remark. Forgive me for that remark. Now, if it's also in my memory that the board during that period of time, which you took over shortly after that as chairman, we said not only we would not have pub crawls on Halloween night on the weekend. We said on exactly on Halloween, we said that weekend, because anybody would know that it's going to be worse on Saturday than it is on Sunday if you have a day apart. But at any rate, that's just my memory of what we put in place. And I thank the bid for coming by today and testifying. And
Mr. Short, could I add something to what you said?
No. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. What I was going to say, and I went on the record, and Mr. Silverstein was right. I said back then, because of the terrorist activities in the world, it's not if, but when. And I think 2,000 plus 2,000 giving two promoters, in my opinion, as a public safety person who was once fire marshal for the city of the District of Columbia, 2,000 plus 2,000 is too many, as the pictures demonstrated that were given by our investigator. Nobody else wants to say it. It's a big elephant in the room. Nobody wants to talk about it. They were just, and if you have the regular crowd, and Mr. Chair, if you remember, you and I went down in one night working at just to see what Club Central looked like on a busy night, and we couldn't get through. We got locked in. We couldn't navigate out. It wasn't a pub crawl. It was just a regular Friday night. So again, I think I'm not against pub crawls, and I want to go on record with that. I think what we need to do is find more reasonable numbers. I said it then, I'll say it now, and I pray that we're not here next Halloween saying, what can we do better, when we know what we can do better. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. And I'm going to get to Mr. Lopez. Hold on. I just want to say that, yes, I joined the board as chair in 2017, I believe, in November 2017. And so I did chair the meeting after the Halloween fiasco that year. And it, as we call it, it was a perfect storm. We came up with, Mr. Silverstein was on the board when this occurred, and we had a hearing. The board came up with policies for pub crawls, and it worked. And as the board, the consensus of the board was that we would not approve pub crawls for October 31st. And so the date of Halloween, but the board did not decide that we are not going to approve pub crawls for any other date of the month. Now, I believe that there are reasonable people agree or disagree about numbers, but the numbers went, it was a consensus of the board, or the majority of the board, when the pub crawls, when the applications came in, the board decided that the 2,000 would be appropriate per pub crawl. And I don't think, I'm not hearing the bid or the ANC is saying that, we should never approve any pub crawls for any period around Halloween. I've not heard that, and I've not heard that. I think what I'm hearing is that we know that, and I'll say this, maybe I'm dating myself. I've lived in DC since 1986, and everyone went to Georgetown, and whether or not there were pub crawl or not, Georgetown was locked down.
And that's why they don't have them anymore. That's why they don't have them anymore in Georgetown.
But I'm saying though, but that is just a phenomenon, whether or not we approve pub crawls or not. That is Halloween, and people, every city you go to, it's Halloween, and people are going to show up for Halloween because, and as 2017, when we had the perfect storm, we also had it this year because we thought that we were, at least in my view in a way, we thought we were moving beyond COVID. And so therefore everyone decided to go out and party. And so we had another opportunity where we, at least in my view, we now have another perfect storm. So I think that what we should now do is to look at what we put in place and see whether or not we need to make tweaks to what's in place. How can we improve on the system? Because at the end of the day, Mr. Lopez and Mr. Branson, they are businessmen. They are licensed. And I'm speaking for myself. They're businessmen. We have a policy where they apply for a pub crawl license, and they are bringing extra dollars in the coffers of the District of Columbia. So they're paying DC taxes. And so therefore, we now, since we know if we want to generate business in this area, then we need to come up, at least the ABC board, from our perspective, how can we come up with policies and procedures to minimize the harm on this neighborhood? And that's what I think this hearing is about.
Chair, I couldn't agree with you more. I couldn't agree with you more, but there are 2 points that we do not absolutely agree upon. One being that we came up after the perfect storm the first time, we lowered the numbers considerably. I would say, and I would say the record will reflect, we were right back to the same numbers that we had during the perfect storm. So we didn't learn the lesson the first time. I'm just saying, I hope, Mr. Chair, because I'll be on the board another 3 years and so will you, that we are not back here next October or November or December saying we didn't learn our lesson after the 2 perfect storms, and that I want pub crawls and I want to see the business in the Club Central and all over DC. I love the tax dollars coming in. And since you mentioned 1986 for you, I've been here for 75 years. 33 years of those were on the DC Fire Department in public safety, also as a fire marshal. I was in charge of the Million Man March, where we had 1 million people in Washington, D.C. We had over 1,000 vendors cooking with propane, which was a big concern to the FBI and the public safety people everywhere. We didn't have not one incident because we did the proper planning to prevent poor solutions. And so the bottom line is, I'm just hoping that we learned our lesson. We've had Perfect Storm 1, then we had Perfect Storm 2. And if I were a citizen and I was part of the bid, I would hope that we as the board work with the bid a little closer, and I know we can, and work with the ANC a little closer when these events are coming up, especially on holidays like this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak, and I wish everyone the very best. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Short, go ahead, Mr. Klein. You had something to say.
I just want to make a couple points. I mean, no, I can't agree a greater amount of respect for Mr. Short, but I can't agree that this was perfect storm 2. And I'm going to tell you why. There weren't any violations. MPD didn't have any complaints. 5 years ago, that was very different. If you go back and look, I think you'll see that the numbers were considerably higher 5 years ago. I do think, though, this was a special situation. People have been cooped up for 18 months and they wanted to get out. And I'm not sure it would have mattered whether these bar crawls were organized in this neighborhood or not. This particular weekend, people were coming out because they were tired of not going out, tired of not having the opportunity. I will point to the last 4 years after you put these regulations in place and after the board carefully considered how many attendees should be at these events, where there wasn't any reason for these operators to appear before you. So, I mean, I think we need to look at that as the history as well, not just we're here and we've got some concerns about trash and we've got some concerns about people management. And, you know, now this is the second perfect storm. I don't view it that way. As I told you at the outset, my clients, these two operators, are happy to work with the bid, happy to work with ABRA to address these issues. But I don't see where this in any way compares to what we had 5 years ago. And I just want that record to be clear. And I think whatever there was exacerbated by the fact of a very special situation where people had not been out because of COVID.
Thank you, Mr. Klein.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Klein, I can agree with you and concur, and thank you for the very kind comments about myself. And I would just say this to you: you've been coming before this board. This is my third term, and I've learned a lot of respect for you also. But again, the pictures that were taken 5 years ago with the perfect storm and the pictures that I just saw that Ponte took at this one, they are identical. Can we agree on that?
No, I don't think they're identical. I don't, because there are a lot of other things that were going on 5 years ago. I mean,
I understand, but the bottom line is, can we do it better, Mr. Klein? Can we agree that we need to do it better?
I think we can always do things better. And as I said, you know, that was why we didn't hesitate to reach out to Golden Triangle and say, look, if there are issues, let's talk about them. And Leanna and Patrick and I had what I thought were two very productive conversations about it. And this isn't the end of it. We'll continue to explore those as these operators continue and hope to have these events in this particular neighborhood.
Mr. Klein, I have some comments to make, and then I have some questions too. I have a couple of questions that I want to ask you. Yes, you are correct. It's not the same as occurred 5 years ago. 5 years ago, it's -5. When we had the event before, we had some illegal promoters who were not approved. We also had some of the approved vendors overselling. So that was an issue that we had. We didn't have a license for pub crawls. And because of that, we have now created a license so we know who they are. And we also, on our regulations, that for the bar crawls, the licensees that were listed on the bar crawls, they have to have the license of the promoter in their establishment. A problem that I was told occurred is that the promoters, in providing us a list of the participants, they listed applications for licensees that were closed, that was on their license. And so how do we prevent that? How is it that, and it's my understanding that I think whoever applied for a Santa Claus, I believe that we have an application, I think for
That would be our event.
I'm sorry?
That would be our event, the Santa Crawl on December 11th.
The Santa Crawl, that on your application, we now have licensees that are out of business.
So
hold on a minute, mister. So I'm just trying to figure out, is that, how is it that the information that you give us, I mean, is it vetted? Or do you just, I mean, how is it that you choose what establishments that you want to participate in the bar crawl? Is it just that you give us a list of all the establishments in the area and then you pick and choose after we approve? Or have you vetted these establishments prior to, before you come to us and ask for permission to issue a license?
So one of the things that we've been doing is, for instance, for the Halloween event that just happened, we pretty much emailed Mr. Sean Gordy, the final list of participating establishments. So one of the things that we do is we add or remove venues based on ticket sales. So I'll be more than happy to forward you our correspondence with Mr. Gordy saying, Mr. Gordy, these are the final list of establishments for the Halloween event, as well as our check-in locations. And that's one thing we've transmitted over to him. And as far as the Santa Claus that's about to happen in less than 2 weeks, that's something that we're going to do as well. We emailed Mr. Sean Gordy. These are the final list of establishments, so you guys have it handy.
Well, the reason I'm saying this, I'm saying, Mr. Lopez, like on your application, we have City Tap House, Gripon, District Anchor, Eagle Bar, Garden of Eden. I mean, this is on your list. This is on the information you're giving us to say that I needed to approve this bar crawl, and these are the establishments that I want to participate, and they're out of business. So I guess what I'm trying to say, it shouldn't be us. I mean, I'm not going to accept that. Well, you send information to Mr. Gordy. I would hope that if you're having a bar crawl, that at a minimum you have spoken to these establishments to make sure that they are still in business before you come to a list with us to say that these are the establishments. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because that happened before, and your current application for the Santa bar crawl, you have licensees that are out of business. So is it just a cut and paste? I mean, we are all businessmen, so we have moved along, so I expect more from all the promoters, that when you come to us, that you need to give us a list of establishments that are operating. Okay.
When we applied for the Santa Crawl, I want to say it was early June, late May. It was 6 months ago. At that point, we were having text conversations with City Tap House. We didn't know whether District Anchor was going to reopen. So after texting them, we just decided to include them in our application. But like I said, I mean, have we applied for the Santa Crawl like 2 months ago? We would not include them because a lot of stuff has happened in the last 6 months. And I know they're not going to reopen. But like I said, we applied for the Santa Crawl back in June, 6 months ago. So at that point, we just didn't know whether City Tap House was going to reopen or not.
All right, thank you for that representation, Mr. As I said before, we have moved beyond, and so their expectations from the promoters to us, we have high expectations. So I want to bring this here to a close. You have something to say, Mr. Silverstein, and after Mr. Silverstein,
Make it very quick.
Hold on 1 minute. After Mr. Silverstein speaks, if anyone wants to make some closing statements, then I'll bring this hearing to an end. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Silverstein.
First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was not a hearing to beat up on anyone. This was a hearing to look at what went wrong and what we can do to make it better. No one wants to shut down pub crawls in our neighborhood. We are the center of entertainment. We're the center of hospitality. We are the goose that laid the golden egg. We're the engine. Thank you, everyone. But what have we learned? We need better communication in advance, all of us. And that involves, among other things, DPW and especially MPD and the ANC and the bid. We need better communication during. Thank you, Kevin Puente. We have no idea what you may have saved us from. We need a better understanding of neighborhood capacity. We've learned that on U Street, where it works beautifully. Regmo has never had any problems, even though the sidewalks there are so much smaller, because you limit and tailor what they're asking for with the size of the neighborhood and the facts on the ground. We failed here on traffic and pedestrian safety issues. We have to look at why, and we have to look at the 1300 block of Connecticut Avenue and how we handle that, because we have a very tiny sidewalk there and we have some wonderful nightlife establishments. As Jim Short says, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I learned that, and please, dear God, don't learn it the hard way. We need to change the litter plan. We absolutely need to change the litter plan to make sure there is a cleanup, not at the end of the pub crawl at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, but when the establishments close so that we can clean. Otherwise, it fails. And I would just finally say Halloween 2022 is on a Monday. So you're going to have the same thing on a Saturday, I'm pretty sure. And I stand with Jim there that I'm not sure that, what we should do, but we should be very, very careful with what we do next 29th of October. Thank you. This is our first one since after COVID. We lost a lot of our muscle memory. We'll make it happen. We will work together, and we'll work together for the betterment of everything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for an excellent hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. Any questions by anyone, especially any board members, want to ask any question to anyone?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask?
Yes, Mr. Grandis, go ahead, please.
Mr. Klein, it's a pleasure to see you this afternoon, and thank you for participating and the advice and knowledge that you have on this matter. I have a couple questions for your clients, and I wanted to respect the fact that they've retained you. So may I ask that Mr. Lopez directly, or should I ask?
Sure, he's here for the hearing. He didn't get to hide behind me at a hearing. We're here. And we're certainly.
I'm just trying to be professionally courteous.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, it's a pleasure to have you here today and to update us on the concerns that we've heard from both the BID and the ANC. Did your organization, I'm phrasing that wrong. How much did your organization pay on cleanup?
We usually pay our litter cleanup company about $100 per establishment.
Okay.
That's what we get charged. Depending on whether they're going to be in the neighborhood and then having other jobs, price may vary, but it's roughly about $100 per venue that we pay them.
Okay. And how much did your organization pay for security other than personnel who works for your company?
In terms of security, we make sure that each venue that's in the event, they bring extra security for this event. So that's one of the things in our security plan that we outlined, that participating venues, especially the check-in locations, are bringing extra staff and extra security for that purpose. But we do hire about 15 to 20 people from a staffing company just to help us with crowd control. But that's something that we do, and that's something that obviously, if the board moving forward, they want a third-party security company to be present in our events, we will be super happy to do so. But we've had our security plans being approved for the last 5 years, and if that's a change that the board wants to do for us to bring in a third-party security company, and we will be happy to do so.
I appreciate that, and I wasn't asking, just so you know, I wasn't asking the question in that direction. But you mentioned something that could be helpful to us. You work with each of the participating establishments, and all those establishments, of course, are ABRA licensees. Would you be able to just get in contact with each of them and find out if they had extra security? Because it's not for punishment, it's just for knowledge.
No worries. I can do that for you. Yeah.
Did they bring in extra security for that evening? I think it would help me understand better on what role the board can play in making sure that you all have the protection you need, quite frankly. Okay, so how many tickets did you all sell?
We were around the 2,000 mark. 2025. We stopped selling tickets on Tuesday morning. We sold out for our event. We did not sell tickets at the door. We did not sell tickets the week of. one of the things that we were obviously speaking to Mr. Gordy about was, we were conditionally approved for 1,000 participants per that conditionally approved license that we were sent out. We typically have always been approved for 3,000 plus people for Halloween. So I think it may have been 2 weeks before the event that we heard a 2,000 person approval for both our companies. So at that point we had to obviously get together a plan to potentially sell out the event, and that's something that we did on Tuesday morning.
So let me understand. Let's say I didn't purchase a ticket, but I wanted to attend, and for whatever reason I didn't do it by Tuesday morning. If I showed up as a civilian, not a board member,
Yeah.
if I showed up, how were these establishments restricting access? Just so I have a better knowledge of this process.
No worries. So we had our wristband that allowed them cover free experience to our venues. People, like you say, that, hey, I'm missed out on buying a ticket, or hey, I don't want to buy a ticket in general, and they wanted to attend one of our establishments. If they were busy, I know they wouldn't let them in. They were prioritizing wristbands 100%. And number two, if they wanted to charge, participants without a wristband, a cover charge, they were doing that. But ultimately, they were prioritizing wristband ticket holders for our event. And that's how that played out.
Well, let me ask you, if a particular establishment saw fit to sell, let's say, a pass to get in, did they then give that person a wristband?
No, they don't have wristbands.
Okay, so you control the wristbands.
Yeah, exactly. So check-in for us was until 6 o'clock, and after that we closed registration, and no more wristbands were given out to ticket holders.
Well, I'm sort of confused. I thought you had sold out on Tuesday before.
Yeah.
Are you saying?
So
so
people,
you say- okay, excuse me.
so people could not buy tickets online after Tuesday at 11 in the morning.
Okay.
But the people that purchased the ticket before Tuesday at 11 a.m., those people brought their ticket to the check-in locations and they were issued a wristband.
But didn't you just say that some wristbands were sold?
No,
after-
so we did not sell any wristbands the day of the event. We did not sell any wristbands after Tuesday morning at 11 in the morning.
And is the other promoter company attending? I
Mr.
apologize.
Branson is on the line, Mr. Grandis.
I'm here.
Mr. Okay.
Mr. Branson.
Sir, Branson, thank you. I do see his name. Mr. Branson, I have the same questions. Did you all, how much on security did you all pay for that evening?
Yeah, so we hired Next Level Security, which was 12 guards. We paid $2,035 for the security team.
And
In
where were
addition
they
to
based during the event?
They were based at each registration bar. So we had 3 to 4 registrations. When we learned that we had a good communication with them. We had a group thread going. When we learned, when we learned that one bar was less busy than the others, we would send security to the busier area.
And the same question that I had before, how much did your company pay for trash pickup?
We paid a little bit over 1,000. It was Bayside Cleaning, and I just found out that they came at 5 a.m. that morning. So I don't know if it's maybe a timing thing, but yeah, they were there at 5 a.m.
And the wristband issue, how did you all handle the wristband issue?
Very similar to Project DC's, we controlled the wristbands only at the check-in locations, and we sold. So historically, through the bar crawls, we've done this for a long time. We saved 10% of our wristbands for walk-ins the day of, because like you said, people are gonna, if they can't get a ticket online, they're gonna show up anyways. Knowing Halloween and how busy of a day it is, we kept 20% of wristbands saved for that day. And once we ran out, we were out. We just
And
didn't
what-
have,
what
physically
number?
didn't have any more.
And what number did you all sell?
We were right under 2,000.
Did you or anyone in your company go later on that Saturday to observe the trash or whatever? Or is it after your cleanup at 5 a.m.? There was no one coming back with eyes to see what the status was.
And unfortunately, no, we didn't have anyone come back and check in on them.
I just want to make sure that everyone is clear that this board was very concerned about possible overconcentration, that we did raise as a board the concern of the sidewalks not being blocked, and particularly not people being pushed into the street to walk. And we also were very concerned that because it was a Friday night and it was going to be a Saturday of Halloween day, that we also were very concerned about trash removal. And I believe that all of these concerns were articulated to the promoters. So we want to work very closely with the BID and the AMC to address these issues for upcoming bar crawls. And we also want to make it better for you all, so you all don't have complaints like what's happening in this situation. So we appreciate the good work you did, but we need to do better. Mr. Klein, thank you for the opportunity to let me speak directly with your clients. Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board member to anyone? Any questions, comments by any participant today before I bring this matter to a close?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank the board for holding this hearing. You know, as Commissioner Silverstein noted, you know, we are not trying to rid the world of bar crawls. We are a relatively small organization, and we are trying the best we can to keep our neighborhood clean and safe. We really would appreciate partnership with the ABC board and the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture and all of the executive agencies to develop a response, a mitigation plan for this area that we could pilot and implement and test. That would potentially be something that could be done every weekend. This type of activity can be done safely. It just needs a larger response than our relatively small BID can do. You know, there are other resources that could be available to help us with this. So I really appreciate you all hearing our letter and taking it under consideration and holding the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for your presentation today. And just before we close, Mr. Lopez and Mr. Branson, and I think you are aware that in order to be approved for a pub crawl, you have to apply to the board a minimum of 60 days. And I know, and I know, Mr. Lopez, and maybe Mr. Branson also. You apply early, which is great. But the policy of the board is that if you apply early, we will conditionally approve you for 1,000. Once the deadline has the 60-day timeline has expired, we will now look to see who else has applied, and then we look at the total numbers. And that is when we will revisit raising or not raising the initial approval. So I'm not sure, you said in this particular case, you're only advised 2 weeks before, but I know that the board, we revisit all of these issues once the 60-day timeline has expired. I'm coming with, and then we will issue an approval to say to you that you're now approved for some number. But at least we think it's appropriate that you can start selling. At least you know that you'll get 1,000. But we need to see who else is there, because we have in our mind the total amount of people that we would placed into this area on that specific day. So that's where that's where that comes from, sir. You wanted to say something, Mr.
Yes,
Cohen?
that brings me to an inquiry, which is Mr. Lopez's Projects Events DC has been approved for 1,000 for an event on December 11th, conditionally approved, as you just described, but there's been no update, and we're just putting it on your radar since you've raised it and said the board looks at it, and we're less than how many days? 9 days out, and he doesn't have any more information as to whether that conditional number is going to stay at 1,000 or whether the board's going to increase it.
Well, we will check on the licensing. We'll check on the licensing, and if we have to, if we'll check on licensing, and this is the assurance I'll give you today, sir. If we have not addressed that issue, I was going to adjourn. I was going to close the record after this case is over, but I will have the record. I'm not the record. I will have. I was going to adjourn for the day once this hearing is done. But what I will do, I will ask licensing to revisit that issue, and if the board needs to vote on that today, I'll make sure that I'm going to make sure that licensing looks at it, and if we need to vote today, and as you know, everything has to be done publicly, so it has to be brought on the record. So what I will do is that I'm not going to close I'm not going to adjourn for the day. So if we need to revisit that issue today, we'll revisit that issue, because we should have gotten back to you once the 60 days have expired.
Got it. Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So I will make sure that the board votes on that today.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. I then want to thank everyone for their participation today. If I mean, in the sense that we're going to revisit the pub crawl rules, and so if you want to send something in writing, tweaks that both the bid, the ANC, and the licensee wants us to make tweaks, we'll revisit this to make sure that this works for all the parties involved. So I just want to thank everyone for their active participation today in this hearing. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. What I'm going to do. Thank you. What I'm going to do. All right. So thank you, everyone. So you're free to go. Okay, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. The next case on our calendar we had this afternoon, protest hearing. It's 21 PRO 00075, 12 after 12, license number 117230. This case has been canceled. The board approved the settlement agreement, see board order number 2021-869. I have some agendas to go over today, and the first agenda that I have to go over is the licensing agenda. The first matter on the licensing agenda is a review application for a class change from a retailer D restaurant to a retailer C restaurant. This is for Wagshaw's, license number 101707. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our licensing agenda is a review application to add dancing to the existing entertainment endorsement. This is Angelo Bar and Grill, license number 116070. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license one-day substantial change. The first and only matter on this agenda is a request from Jacob D. Barley for a one-day license class F. This is the date of the event is December 7th, 2021. The license number is 120053. I make a motion that the board approves this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our agenda, this is the license administrative docket. There are four licensees on the license administrative docket. I'll read the names, the requests, and then I will ask the ABC board to approve these requests. The first request, a request from Barmy Wine and Liquors, license number 023822. Their retailer a liquor store. This is a change of officer application. This is to add the name is SAURABH KANSAL as a member. The next request, a request from Mirabelle, license number 103577, their retailer C restaurant, trade name change application. The new name is LIL Piatto, PIATTO. That is the new name of this establishment. The third applicant, the request from Gladys G. Nuez, trade name to be determined. Their retailer license number 114272. Their retailer C restaurant trade name change application. The new name is Carolina Bar and Grill. Number 4 on our agenda is another request from Gladys G. Nuez, NUNEZ. Trade name to be determined, license number 114272. Their retailer C restaurant, corporate name change application. The new name is Nuenz, NUNEZ Property Management LLC. We're at the end of our agenda items, and so we're gonna recess. It is now 1:27. We are gonna come back on the record at 2:15. So we'll come back on the record at 2:15. So I will ask all board members to briefly, let's go into executive session briefly, and then we'll take a lunch break, but we're gonna come back on the record at 2:15 this afternoon to close the record for the day. All right, thank you. So I'll ask all the board members to briefly return to executive session. Thank you. All right, we're back in the record. We have one, before I close the record, we have one additional agenda to go through. Earlier this afternoon, early this morning, I went over the board's temporary one-day license substantial change agenda, and we are adding an additional item to the board's temporary license one-day substantial change agenda for December 2nd, 2021. We're adding a request from DC Santa Crawl. It's a request, it's a pub crawl from DC Project Events. On June 9th, 2021, the board had conditionally approved 1,000 participants for this event. They had requested 2,500 to 3,400 for this event, and the event is scheduled for December 12th, 2021. The license number is for the pub crawl itself is 1051A2, and the substantial change number is 21SC00643. The pub crawl will be multiple places along DuPont Circle area of Constitution Avenue to 18th Street and 17th Street and G Streets. And so therefore, I make a motion that we increase the number from 1,000 to 2,500. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I'm abstaining because of public safety issues.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I abstain as well.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0 to 2 with Mr. Short and Ms. Henson abstaining from this event, from this vote. Thank you. All right, we are at the end of our agenda, our calendar and agendas for the day. And so if there are no other issues, no other action, I will close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol and Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 8th, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 8th, 2021, as published in DC Register on December 3rd, 2021. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now officially adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in this hearing today. I also would like to thank the board members who participated in this hearing today. And I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a great day.